And hello again, boys and girls. Sadly, I can't do this live because my internet's playing up, so we'll just have to record and carry on. But we'll be continuing on the Gary Grigsby saga, playing again as Rusha. I don't really remember where I was, but we will see how it goes and see how well we've been doing so far. While I take a little sip. Oh yeah, I also need to sort out another thing as well. There we are. Let's turn that noise gate up to 30. There we are. Nice stuff. Anyway, so the strategic situation since we left off. So we'd begin doing challenging attacks just south of Leningrad, which has bought us some time and slowed down the offensives under the Germans. So now Leningrad has been more or less saved temporarily, while the rest of the German army moves forward to challenge our supply and our rather small force to the north. This means they may slap us and then move back up north, but it's bought us those precious couple of turns where we will hopefully be protected and prevent the loss of Leningrad. Down in the south, we've done some limited offensives down at Smolensk, which has seen some heavy combat or large amounts of consistent heavy combat. And in consequence, the Germans are now pushing for a massed assault on the east flank, attempting to go around Smolensk, which is somewhat daunting. However, we'll have to make sure we don't over panic and attempt to do some challenges. Now, what we could do is try and break through in the north and secure this rail hub, effectively depriving the Germans of supply, but we will have to see where we are on that. Further south, a large proportion of the German army has moved up north for this mass offensive, which has meant that we have now got an open free rein to start moving westwards, which we may be doing this to disrupt the German war effort, potentially move to secure that rail line and potentially try and move forward and challenge Minsk, depending on how many more reserves we can pull forth. In the south at Kiev, we have finally lost Kiev, and now our troops are in a defensive pattern, unfortunately unable to break across the river, but hopefully strong enough to prevent any further German incursions. And even further south, the Germans have attempted to push eastwards, but thanks to some challenging in the north, as you can see with some of these troops, we have delayed the Germans' attempts to keep on advancing to Donetsk and Zovsk, leaving a small army there instead. And further south, the Romanians are attempting a hard breakthrough over to Sevastopol, which we are hoping to contain with our reserves. In any case, we will continue to try and disrupt until the rains of October, where from there we will hopefully be able to be in a strong position to continue our attacks. Thankfully, our air is becoming more active as well, which is great news. And we've got some superiority and ground support, but nothing really too problematic. So first things first, let's look at new events. Access setbacks in North Africa, which is great for us. I should bring Husky forward, but primarily we now have to focus on the north. So what we can do is first check the damage ratios we can do on these tanks, which isn't bad. We have some damage ratios we can pull off. But what I'm concerned about is potential for the Germans to push us back off this river line. So I'm going to withdraw this unit back and move this into reserve. And then I'm going to see if these troops are also ready. So we will begin limited offensives. Potentially we could do a limited offensive on the west as well. I'm just trying to think now. So I can either drive an attack forward here, which is going to have limited success. We'll do a holding action trying to attack this infantry first. And then we'll use the distraction to start attacking in the north. So what we could try and do... we can't encircle, that's a shame. Again, we can't encircle this unit. Any mechanized we can use? Yeah, we've got a mechanized division there, which we can try and move forward as well to assist. I'm thinking a potential attack on the west flank. And that was a bad idea, we should withdraw from that. Those infantry units are far too strong. Let's move to try and secure that depot anyway. Move up to try and see if we can encircle this unit. We'll just move not all our troops, but a healthy portion to assist. And we will relocate these guys by just marching them actually over here. Still early days and my army's not that strong yet to challenge whatever that is. Let's establish a fort here. We already have a fort. Move this unit in. Keep these guys in reserve. And hopefully we can wear down the Germans later. So yeah, it's still pretty stalled right now in the north. I can't really do much because these infantry divisions are still far too strong for me. Yeah, far too strong, so I'm going to withdraw back. And if they do counterattack, we can always withdraw. An attempted encirclement by infantry division. I don't think it's going to be that problematic for us. Alas, they're still far too strong. Still far too strong for us. Still, we can keep on doing offensive actions on this sector. Really, this is rather a weak front, so this is great for us. You're still unready, so you can withdraw. What about this tank division? You pretty good? That tank division is now useful. And we'll just keep breaking through these lines and wearing them down. Sadly, this unit is unready, so I need to be withdrawn. And this unit will have to be shuffled up. This unit is also unready, so this tank needs to be withdrawn. So yeah, not as iconic as I had hoped in the north, but still better than nothing. In fact, I am tempted to move even more troops forward in preparation for an advance if possible. And that just leaves these guys in reserve to hold the west, which shouldn't be too problematic. We'll just move this guy to this depot, make sure if everyone's refit. There we are. And we have got another small western encirclement in the south, but that's not enough, I'm afraid. Not as much as I'd hoped. Now here is where there is potential to be made. Still far too strong for me to even attempt an encirclement there. You're unready? No, you're pretty good. Because you're in reserve, that's why. Oh, this unit's unready, that's why. This unit will have to go back up to the supply depot to resupply. And then these troops, see if we can do any attack on here as well. Sadly, nothing. Again, we're not going to have any success there. I got an unready unit that needs to be withdrawn. Another unready unit that needs to be withdrawn. Another unready unit that needs to be withdrawn. A lot of unready units, unfortunately. Still early days, that's probably why I'm struggling right now. Still early days, I'm perhaps overestimating my ability still. This unit is completely depleted and needs to be resupplied. And these units should probably withdraw from this pocket, otherwise they're going to have a bad time. Let's take a look at these guys. Any damage can be done to these guys? Not really. That's a very strong armor push, and a lot of my armor is still unready. So this could be a breakthrough. Thankfully, I do have my mechanized, which I can keep rotating out. But that is a disgusting bulge beginning to form. And because they're so deep in their own territory, they're going to have a pretty healthy supply line as well, which will be proving a problem for us. I won't be able to touch these units. However, perhaps there is opportunity elsewhere. Not really, no. It's time to commit to an offensive. I've got to do something just to attract units away from that push that's occurring. And these units will be kept in reserve, just in case it doesn't work out. How about you guys? Are you guys ready for me? Good. We've got something. Why am I now using these units? Well, basically, because I know I've got units in reserve over here. So what this means is that because I've got units in reserve, I can just move them up now, and then once they're moved up, I can just keep hold of the lines I initially had. I won't be able to cross this marsh and do much damage, sadly, which is unfortunate, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. Okay, so this should hopefully cut the rail line going north to Megalev, which means that they'll only have one main rail line now, which goes up to this objective here, which then they'll need to use to feed their armies. Which is great for me. Well, in theory it's great for me, but we will see. However, further south we've got more limitations, with more units that are unready. And we have another large infantry army that's still much stronger than us. So the next step is to move those troops further north to maintain that line. Alright, let's see what damage can we inflict against these guys. Not a lot, but it's better than nothing. Let's bear that in mind. And let's keep moving assets up north as well. That's any assets I have move up north to fight against that wall of superior infantry, which is going to break through at any moment. However, we can beat up this cavalry. And then we can think about doing some more intelligent maneuvers. So we've cut this main rail line here, which means this force has only got very limited rail supplying their supply lines. So if we can keep on driving south, we have a very good chance of inflicting rather large amounts of casualties to the German Panzer Arm. Can we get a cheeky encirclement here? Potentially. Sadly not. Oh, yes we can. Let's move up the last of our infantry. I actually want to do that. I just wanted to move one unit. Damn. What about this tank unit? Potentially with this tank unit, if I move this unready unit back up to refit. Nah, nothing. What about this mechanized? Keep moving the boys down. I want to crush these troops. I'm going to make sure this army, the Southwestern Front, is extremely high priority, which it is. It's good. That is good. 8.2 to 6.9. Oh, can we do any devious maneuvers? See, that is a healthy tank blob, but they will just break out at the moment I attempt any sort of breakthrough here. So I can't really use that. What I can do, however, is attempt to do a silly encirclement and lose all my tanks, which is not very clever. And so instead, I'm just tempted to settle with this maneuver, unless I can do something very, very cheeky over here. So I can move troops up there. Move troops. Oh yes, 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 yes. And then we aim to try and crush this pocket. Any more troops I can throw in just to keep wearing these guys down? Sadly not. However, we have made progress here, which is great news. In the meantime, I have to send more reserves down here to help with that pocket, because this line has now been cut. Which is great, but they will attempt to withdraw from this now. And so that we need to make sure that that does not occur. Equally, we've got growing numbers of infantry beginning to push this sector. And this unit is completely unready, so it needs to go backwards to this supply depot. They are going to break through here, but I want to make sure that I make them pay for it beforehand. Good. We have some degree of a defense again. Good. This works in our favour. So we have got an encirclement, however the tanks in the north may prove problematic for us. Which is a shame. Still, an encirclement's an encirclement. If I can destroy that hefty dose of infantry there, I can do a lot of damage very quickly. But it is a risk, because if those German panzers turn up again, we will be in a world of hurt. Anyway, that's really all we can do this turn. I'm just going to make sure if I can get any more reinforcements out, I do so immediately. So where's Moscow? Do I have any more infantry reinforcements? I do not. Alright, let's take a look at our losses. 70,000 there, 27,000. Perfectly acceptable losses for the Soviet Union this early on. And let's take a look at our info screen. Troops coming in, troops coming out. We do not have any effective reserves anymore, which is a problem. And we do not have effective... Yeah, we are running out of effective units for reserves, which is proving a bit of a problem, so I'll have to start moving these to the map. We just have to make do with cavalry. At the same time, let us use our auto depot management. And then let's see if we can build some more units. So a tank brigade, separate tank regiments. Which is too many to build, sadly. We build a couple of tank brigades. We'll build one tank brigade. Build a couple of rifle divisions. When I mean a couple, I mean loads. Five, 4, and that should mean we'll get some more soon. In terms of our equipment, let's take a look. So if you take a look at our fuel stores, fuel goes up, Germans goes down. Our supply stores, ours is pretty high, Germans running out, but ever so gradually. Manpower pool, Germany's goes up, ours begins to go up as well over time, and our armaments pool was beginning to sort of match the Germans, but still early on, so the Germans will still have that advantage. Still, we're doing extremely well at perturbing the Germans, which is great for us. However, the big concern will be this massive front here, which runs the risk of completely wiping us out. So if they do push here, I will be forced to move south and begin a counter-offensive further into Minsk. So if they move in deeper, they'll have limited rail lines. Equally, I think it's very unlikely they will try a hardcore push in the north without taking Leningrad first. So I'm quite happy for now anyway, to maintain what I currently have and keep on doing this limited offensive. The big issue is the mega push in the south. This massive combination of men is going to wipe through me. It's just not going to be nice. So I'm going to turn this to high priority. And I'm going to turn the northern fronts, Stavka and that. No, not Stavka. The northwestern front I'm going to turn into supply priority 2. And this unit also supplied priority 2. Also, I'm starting to realise that a lot of my troops are not connected properly to our armies. So each turn we'll keep on trying to bring them into the closest divisions they have. Eighth Army is going to move forward, and this army is going to move into there. There we are. I start moving the armies up, so troops have an easier time of organising. This is the concern, but we can't do anything about it. All we can do is try and starve these fellows out, because that is a push and a half that will form a devastating blow against us if they do successfully break through these lines. I'll have to withdraw again to another line, probably in the north and in the centre, and have a weaker south. But those big infantry divisions, those German infantry divisions, are proving an absolute nightmare for us. if they continue to do what they're doing or continue to preserve that strength, then we're going to really struggle to try and break through those lines. Because I can't encircle with those units nearby, because they will just break through the encirclements and collapse us. Okay, here it comes. My perfect dream would be to get troops to Minsk. If I can get an army into Minsk, then what I do is effectively starve all the northern troops. Ouch, that's an encircled unit. And they move the tanks through to try and open up that pocket again. They're going to keep on rotating troops there until they break through. Unfortunate, but I was to be expected they'd be able to break through that line. Here it comes. Quite a disaster, really. A very strong pounding by the Germans. Wonder if I have any rail units yet. I mean, I suppose I don't need them yet, but I'd like to have some. Ouch. So that's where the tanks went. At least I didn't go east. It could have been worse, but it's still a pretty costly month. Oh, I believe Druzina is here, so this works very well in our favour. Take a look on the map now. You can see by the rain and that, I'm feeling pretty confident now that they've only got a few turns left before they get bogged down. Let's take a look at the damage. 78,000 losses, 456 tanks. And if we take a look at the German losses, 30,000 men again. And what about our armoured vehicle losses? 146. Not very good, but I think they're dropping on their vehicle losses anyway. So if we take a look on the map, take a look at the weather, see the rains are slowly coming in. So the next turn, I think, is where the Druzina really hits, and then we're pretty good to go. So if anything, although we managed to get some sneaky encirclements, we really didn't knock out the Germans before Druzina, but we did enough to delay the Germans, which is more than enough for me. As long as I can delay them so I can add more reinforcements and more reserves up, then we're fine. But Druzina will basically make it so we can no longer advance in this weather. The rains will make it extremely bad for any attackers to try and break through, and so it's not in our interest in the slightest to attempt any offensive action at this stage. So we managed to get some air up, but not a lot. So you see Druzina's here. If you take a look at what damage we can inflict, oh, we can do a lot of damage compared to what they can do to us, which is great. Capture enemy depot and see what we can do elsewhere. Still a very strong force, but that is a rail line that is not particularly well defended. So what I am potentially willing to do... Oh crap, a lot of my units are still unready after the previous engagement, so let's withdraw these units back. This unit, however, is ready. Now both these units are unready again. Let's bring this unit up. Good, good. Good, good, good. Let's move for a high-risk encirclement, shall we? Another unready unit that needs to be reshuffled. That's a high risk action. Especially with that tank nearby. I wonder if I've got that spare motorized, whether he can do some damage. We just commit all our reserves on this. And start throwing the troops out and throwing the Marines out. So that should be a cut to their rail line, he says. If we're lucky. And that should hopefully starve them next turn. Start throwing up all the boys. Because we have got potential here. Which we didn't have before. However, in the south, I think we've been well and truly gimped by German encroachments. Hopefully I've got enough men here to maintain my positions. However, I've got a lot of troops that are unready, which is proving problematic. Once again, we can play aggressive. Because with this rail line cut, they only have rail from Psychov, which means that I won't have to worry too much about the enemy advances. Especially about the Rains. The Rains are going to really screw these guys up. because I never really had a chance to dig in properly. Nice. Good. This is maintained. This theatre, however, got a bit of a pasting last time, if I recall, which may prove problematic for us. So I've got to move this unit back over here to be resupplied. These guys are still unready. Yeah, we've got a lot of depleted units that have just been absolutely smashed. And I believe these units are still packing quite a punch as well, so I've got to bear that in mind. Yeah, it's time to withdraw back to a stronger defensive position. Because now we are running a bit of a risk here. I'm going to relocate this armor back up north. Again, reserve. Unready units go back to reserve line. Which is, for the most part, most of my army. And these units can withdraw. Back across this line. For the winter. some extreme defenses. I had hoped you'd crush that, but I guess not. And then the rest of the army can start moving south again to keep on challenging the supply lines in the rear. Move on to reserve, so if anyone attacks those units, we can fight back. Move this unit back down here to go in reserve. Move these units up. And see what we can do about these fellows. Not a lot right now. Now, an encirclement of Kiev would be disastrous for these guys. Because that would cut them off from a large portion of their supply. Alas, I don't think I'm going to pull it off. Equally, the Germans have reacted, but if you look down here, the Germans have rapidly reacted to my attempted encirclement techniques. So I'm going to have to withdraw back my units. It is far too risky to keep on persevering in this sector. But I'm a man who likes to take risks. Equally, even though this did not go as well as planned, this has starved the Germans in this encircled position, so it's sort of worked out a little bit in our favour. Question is, do I have any troops left to persecute? Not really, no. It's not worth it. I should withdraw back across the line. You win this time, but next time I'll have you. Back across the river. No, it's not worth it. They've got too many troops and they're still better quality, so if I was to try and commit to this, I would be in a world of hurt. Instead, start withdrawing the mechanized back across the line. Still, it was a worthy attempt. Just not worth the risk. Especially this close to winter, it's just not worth the risk. Still very strong units. Still, it was alright. It did its job. It did some damage. I can't complain too much. Instead, we can turn our eyes to potentially crushing some other units in the south, which doesn't appear to be the case because of how well equipped these troops are. Having an 18 attack, damn, that is a well-equipped army. And it's not worth the risk trying to crush it. A lot of my command staff are nowhere near the front, which is proving problematic as well. I have to wait till the winter to see what I can do about that. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to start sending some armies down south to make things a little bit easier for us in terms of our command and control. And I'll start sending more infantry down just to fill up those lines. The key struggle I'm finding as a Soviet right now is the fact that whereas as a Germans you can encircle with a rather small force but still be more or less combat effective and be able to hold your own. Whereas if I encircle the Soviets, I can't survive one turn after the encirclement because of that's how strong the German armor is, which is making it very difficult for me to execute any of my operations on encirclements because of that's how powerful the German counterattack is. Let's send more troops down here as well as a reserve. So I need more troops down in Sevastopol because I'm running out of troops in that sector. The war is taking its toll on my manpower as people getting pulled into the reserves. This is a weak line. I've just been lucky for now because the German army's been too busy focusing on the north and the push to Moscow, or the attempted push to Moscow. Oh, free tank. Let's move this unit. Over here. And reassign it. Any more free cores? Not really, no. Feels every single time I make any progress, I get pushed back. It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Still, the Leningrad Theatre is coming to an end by the looks of things. Most of the assets are starting to be pulled down south. Not bad, really, if you think about it. Not bad. Really, all I've taken is Minsk and Kiev and Odessa and Psychov. That's all really they've taken. So let's go to the theatre box, see if there's any more reserves I can pull out. Nothing really. A lot of troops without any really equipment, any real valuable equipment. This rifle division can go to the map, it's 3.8. And then I'm going to do this to auto-manage depots. And then I'm going to build some more units. Again, I really just want to build up infantry because I don't want to build up too much expensive stuff. And the next thing I want to do is I need to go and check my railroads. So if I click on the railroad icon, see if there's any units that can repair rail being spawned yet. The answer to that is an overwhelming no, so until I can get rail repair units, I'm pretty much done in terms of actual activity. Still, we've got opportunities. That's what matters. We've got opportunities to break the Germans. With those rains coming in as well, I should start grinding for a halt for these guys. And we can start really doing some hard counterattacks. That land bridge is so juicy. If I can get enough troops to take that land bridge, but I'm stretched thin as it is, there'll be no considerations about even attempting to take any land bridges until I've got the manpower required to really start doing strong counterattacks. It's a pity I couldn't stream this for you boys, but I just don't understand why my wireless Wi-Fi is playing up. I suppose it's just one of those days, you know. I'm glad I've connected to an Ethernet. Well, it's been a mixed bag. The last couple of turns have been a mixed bag of attempting to push, making some progress on some weaker infantry divisions, and then getting collapsed back. Equally, looks like the German Panzer Force is now relocated. Ouch. That ever-growing pressure in the south is beginning to prove a rather large problem for me. I keep on breaking through my lines there. Still, the mud's really setting in now, which is really good. It's good that the table started turning against me when the rains just hit. This means there's not going to be a lot of progress on either side. So 65,000 casualties, 750 rifle guns, 508 tanks. If we take a look at the German losses that turn, they took around 31,000, and their armoured vehicle losses are at around about 119, which isn't bad. but for the most part, it's the rains I need to abate, because if the rains don't abate, then we have a problem. So in the north, it appears that they've been able to successfully counter breakthrough once again, and relieve the encirclement at Leningrad, which has been a bit of a problem for me. I'm going to keep on fighting for that encirclement, even if it does cost me a lot of troops and potentially Leningrad, because I think it's a worthy cause. In the south, attempted flanking actions, more fighting over over Smolensk, and even further south. The Romanians, assisted with the Germans, are beginning to punch through. For the most part, this is a bit awkward for me, especially in this area here where my attempted encirclement failed dismally, and I have a lot of troops running away on my attempted sort of harassing of their supply lines. So what I need is that rain to come down thick and fast. I need to withdraw, re-support my lines, potentially move any armour I have to counter the German armour, and from there, hopefully just wait until the supplies really start hitting home for the German army. So let's look in the north. Is there actually any potential here? Not really, no. No, definitely not. That 91,000 men. No, definitely not. And with that infantry reinforcement as well, I really want that encirclement, but look at that, 7 against 49. I don't stand a chance if I even attempt it. Begin the retreat again. No, no chance. There's absolutely no chance of me even attempting this. And it would be idiotic to even attempt to do so as well. With most of my tanks banged up in that counter push, it would be the definition of stupidity to even attempt it. Instead, I think I should withdraw back across this line. No. I want this army over here. Undo that. It's too late now. Oh, that's the rail repair, is it? Oh yeah, that's the rail repair. That's not my problem anymore. See what we can do on this sector. . Draw this unit back. And bring this unit back further south as well. A little bit buggy. What to do? What to do? Still far too early days to be doing anything too aggressive here. And every time I get in a position to do something aggressive, these guys come out the woodwork again to clap me. For now, we're just going to have to accept a lack of movement in this theatre. Start marching troops down from the north. I got no chance of even attempting a breakthrough there. Again, no chance. These troops are far too good. This is a bit of a mess here. So where's most of my infantry force? Down here, so let's move the infantry force down here. There we are. And then let's reassign these to actually nearby armies. As soon as I move you, you become unready, so you're pretty much useless to me. Why is my army split like that? You've got more value over here for now. 1 combat value. Better than nothing, I'll say. Better than nothing. So this line once again sort of secured. A bit of a weak defensive line there, but now that they've shifted their assets back up north, it's not much I can do about it. Again, these infantry units are far too strong for me to even contemplate touching yet. A lot of infantry units keep on getting pounded by this German infantry. Really, I'm struggling to find out what to do about German infantry. Like, encirclements by themselves aren't going to work. I think I've just got to wait until the war progresses and they just keep getting worn down. Yeah, they're closing in a container, so I can't really do anything about that German infantry yet. I need an army down here to sort that out. So where's that? There's those 3 army groups. They were over here somewhere. Near Smolensk. There's like a whole bunch of 3 army groups. Too many units that are assigned to worthless armies. Across that river. What have we got? What have we got army-wise again? It seems like they've just come back from the dead, the Germans. Gemma's got another bunch of reinforcements. That's too risky. Okay. Units down here. We got any special units who could be refit? Nope, nothing. I've got 2 armies here. Why have I got 2 armies here? This army can move south to support this whole force. And then let's take a look at the damage over here. Yeah, I can't touch that even if I wanted to. Okay. Let's reassign this army, or this cavalry unit. See, I'm keeping this here for as long as possible because it cuts that rail line. And if it cuts that rail line, it does damage to the supply of this force here. Reserve and reserve. I've got a headquarters here, which is wasting time. I'm gonna push these guys off back across the river line. And that failed dismally. And that wasn't even on the river line, so that was a complete waste of time. Awkward. Again, I'm going to bring him up north. And bring this unit up north as well. And then this unit can withdraw back to get resupplied. I should have another army here, so if I've got a spare army group, I will bring one down. Because that's also screwing up my combat values. I just don't see any potential for attack right now. There's a still again that's too strong. I have a plan here, but it's not going to be a good one. I have a plan just to punch down here and just try and encircle half this army, but it's not going to work. Because as soon as I try, like I've secured this rail line, so this means that these guys only got one rail, which is down here. So if I can punch across here, I can secure this port, and if I secure this port, then this whole sector begins to struggle. Who's your commander? Have I got any more reinforcements for that task? I have one infantry division, which I have one infantry division, great. I guess we'll pull them over down here to assist in that advance. Where's your army commander anyway? Over here. So if I move this guy further down. Hmm. Tanks are in a shoddy state. Infantry, that's in a shoddy state. Anti-tank, that's in a shoddy state. My army is in just a general shoddy state. Should I build forts? I'm going to build another fort here as well. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to build more units. First things first, let's do allow AI to manage depots. Let's go to our commanders report. Let's go to our support units. And let's give them all a silky smooth 9. Or at least a 4. How's the weather doing? Still haven't reached peak Drazina yet, which is a shame. That's the best I can do for now. But I've still got 4 years of this, so to be fair, the fact that we're doing this well is a good testament to the game so far. I mean, yeah, really, the Soviets should not be in a position to do any sort of counterattacking yet. Perhaps I'm being too overeager. In any case, I'll just get stronger from here on out now. As long as I don't do anything too crippling onto me, I'll be able to keep on gaining strength, and by 1943 I can begin the severe damaging of the German lines. I would very much like to get hold of Kiev because that is a strong rail line. However, they've just fortified it so well now. It's going to be a nightmare to take, especially with the attempted encirclement. That Romanian force are proving staggeringly effective. I've, I really have invested so much into defending Smolensk, but it's so important for the logistics line to continue the assault eastwards. So that's really why I've put so many resources there. We have a hole building up on our central rail line, which is not good. Hard battle in the north, but nothing I'm too worried about yet. The north is where the rains come the quickest, you see, so this is where the area will stagnate the fastest. Okay, well we got 45,000 casualties, 500 planes lost, 244 tanks. That's a lot of planes lost, which I'm a bit concerned by, but hey ho. Manpower losses. Even Stevens again, sort of starting to dip. Gun losses, getting pretty close. Armored vehicle losses, to aircraft losses. Combat losses, yeah, and fuel stores. Ours go higher, theirs go less. And the armaments pool keeps on going up. So the finish is now kicking off. Our first Moscow conference. Again, pretty stagnant lines in the north. I've tried that encirclement, but you can see the Germans have learnt from their mistake and are now forming a rather strong defensive line of what armour they have to stop me advancing. Equally in the south, they are attempting to turn my flank at Smolensk, but because I've got such a strong reserve, I can push forward a little bit and challenge that. However, as war goes on, we are going to struggle to maintain our defensive positions here soon if they keep on turning Smolensk. Here's the big concern down south. That armor push down here runs the risk of cutting off my rail line supply going down the central highway, which will prove very, very awkward for me if that continues. So I'm going to have to see what I can do to shift forces to reinforce this sector. Otherwise, I'm going to run the risk of potentially having to be forced to withdraw back again because my rail line's been cut. Although we do have a rail line here, so we'll end up starting to see a rather weird defensive formation there. The south, you can see the tanks are beginning to form up over here because they've noticed the armoured attempt at breakthrough. Equally, they once again left their forces rather vulnerable in this sector, meaning that if I can just get that encirclement here, I can really do some damage. It's just that I do not have the ability to do so right now, because as soon as I encircle, their tanks break them out. However, this time, maybe because their tanks are so far away, this won't occur. And down south, we run the risk of the Romanians breaking through once again with their battering ram of troops. Do I have got more reinforcements? I've got some infantry reinforcements coming up, but really that's all. If you take a look at the weather, the muds have really set in, so this has really slowed down the combat. So they've left themselves vulnerable, but I can't break through that vulnerable line. Which is a bit of a kicker. So let's take a look. What can I do in this theatre? The north feels deceptively weak. However, each time I try and threaten it, they crack out a load of high quality troops. We'll keep on wearing away at this line. Again, very, very weak. That needs to go up here because it's unready. That needs to go up here because it's unready. And go down here. And go reserve. Let's rewind that because you're unready as well. A lot of this is unreadiness, I believe, comes from just the fatigue and the combat prep, so I'm not really sure why these troops are as unready as they present themselves to be, but hey ho. That has in fact made things worse. That tank has in fact made things worse. That's a risky business. Why have I lost my hexes? Bring back my hexes. Oh, it's there, okay. A risky business with no payoff. Sounds like my kind of stupidity. Weak unit. Good. Not worth it though, is it? That's not worth it. Not when you've still got very strong forces set up around this sector. Anyone here unready? Not really. These guys are going to get redeployed south. To counter that tank push in my theatre over here. Six there, 59. Okay, that's not good. Reserve. Reserve. 11.7, 12.2. 7.7, again, not good. Not good stats. And they're all unready now. Great. This is the biggest threat that needs to be fixed. That's good combat values. Not so good combat values. Turn that into reserve, send this troop up, turn that into reserve. Let's see what we can do with that. Another unready unit that needs to go down into the reserves. Get this guy off the train. Another unit that's painfully unready. Unready, unready, unready. I'm struggling to find out what I should be attacking here. Another devastating attempt at a breakthrough is going to occur soon. Could try a break, a push here, but without Kiev, I'd run the risk of failing that. Wow, there's some really weak tanks. I like that. Let's try again. Commit everything to this attack. Try your luck now, eh? And down some very well dug in units, but if I can just move to contain, we have a start. We have a well, we have a good chance of pushing these guys off. Alright, it's time to move that 7 Air Command elsewhere. They can't keep attacking, they can't. It's not possible for them to keep attacking this sector. They're going to be running out eventually. Any more assets up north? Any assets, I'll take anything. You're getting strategically redeployed rapidly down south. All infantry assets to the south. Oh, you're not on a rail line. What about you? Nah, nothing really is going to make any progress here. I could try and wear this tank down, but I've got tanks in reserve that is baiting me. No. I feel like this is the best option right now for me. In the meantime, info screen, reinforcements, Soviet reserves. Have you got any troops for me? This does not tell me combat value. I couldn't care less about that. I need to see combat value. There we are. There's nothing here of value for me. Maybe this one. A couple of 3.2s which may prove useful. Yeah, that's the spirit. — 3.3? Yeah. 3 is the new 4. Any tank assets? No. Any other assets that could be useful? No. Okay. We have potential here, but we've had potential here last time, you know? A lot of broken vehicles and tanks, and it's generally screwed up forces. Continually letting the team down. The south is where the war is right now. How is my supplies? Pretty good everywhere, actually. My supply lines are good. The Germans not so much, but it's just this. If I can get these pockets to collapse, I have a lot of free troops I can maneuver with. And then I can potentially do some even more devious work here. But the Rains are in full swing now. Well, getting there, so I suspect soon that I won't be able to do any maneuvering. I didn't do any maneuvering in Smolensk. Hopefully I've got enough reserves there. Let's see what these Germans have planned. They will probably shift assets down south again to salvage the southern front. Still a lot of air up, even though it's supposed to be the worst of the rains. I'm hearing tanks move. Hmm. I knew this would be a risk, but I think it's a risk worth paying. I didn't even know I had Sonic Studio on, if I'm honest. I'll carry on. That German line needs to go. They're pushing deep, but I don't think they can supply them. That's my central line gone. A lot of those troops won't be ready anymore. I knew this would be costly, but it was necessary. I go a few turns with those guys in circle and I've got them. Good, the dispersing. That was good. I was worried they were going to try and punch through, but I guess not. No, it's getting real wet, which is also very good for me. Aha! Now we got a load of infantry. So 54,000 losses, 269 tanks. If we take a look at the German losses, 25,000. Still, our losses are more significant than theirs. Still, we have a large amount of reinforcements, with a large portion will be going down south to prevent this collapsing, and a large portion going here to prevent this collapsing. Equally in the north, I'm going to attempt to do some encirclements here to cut these tanks off, because they are now posing a great threat to me. Valery Luki. And in the north, although we have some lost battles, nothing that I can really worry about too much. It says south. Oh, the game has crashed. The game has crashed. Let's reload the game. Let's reload this bad boy. Let's give it another go. Yeah, that's it. Game's back. Game's back. No more panic. Yeah, so there's no planes up now because of the Drazina, basically. It's been sort of the foreplay till now, but you can just see by the saturation that tanks will have no power here anymore. Infantry will struggle to push, and it's just going to be all-around chaos. If you look at the map, look, completely mud stream. If you actually look at the tiles, humid, light mud, heavy rain. So let's move to contain this. The shot screwed us over. Sorry, I haven't got any spare troops to assist. Yeah, because of the rain, our attacks are going to be very limited. Yeah, we aren't going to be able to do crap against that. Yeah, the rains are so bad now, nothing we do is really going to do a lot. A lot of unready units, which is not good for me. And because of the mud, we won't be able to touch any of these guys. No, we are completely stuck in that regard anyway. Good. Can we counterattack any more sectors? Not really, no. We fit all of these troops as well. That's a load of air wings. I couldn't really care about. Couldn't care less about them. More units that are just completely smashed. Still, this can't keep being fed. It's just this can't. It's got no supply line. It's just like one muddy supply line. It can't continue the offensive in this sector. It's just not possible. Anyway, this fire's almost put out. I just need to shift assets to make sure there is no attempt at breakthrough here. And then we can move back up north to see what else we were dealing with. So we're dealing with this infantry unit that's decided to get into our swamp, and now he's going to pay the iron price. Yeah, we can't touch these guys. It's the weather. This is Druzina. We can't do anything against these guys. We can do some maneuvering, but it's not going to mean much. Nah, stopped. Absolutely stopped by bad weather. which is a shame because we were doing pretty well in the south. But hey ho, you just make do with what you got. Not doing too well here, but that's okay. I can't touch these guys even if I wanted to. Kiev is looking nice. Too bad I won't be able to push this. No, would not be able to push this. Still, we have an encirclement in the north. They're expanding to hold that off. I don't want these guys to leave. There we are. In the meantime, let's see what we can do about these units. Nothing, because you got slapped. Nothing there. This tank unit, can I move you around? Not really. Yes, I can move you there. I've got to shift all assets. I want these troops wiped out. At the same time, what happened to the German tanks? German tanks are moving over here. This leaves me with a perfect opportunity to do some aggressive gameplay further on. don't have any reserve troops for that. Marching in the rain. Okay, start moving assets over here. I will see encirclements. I will. I refuse to believe anything else. So this needs to go to supply priority 4. And then the rest of the front can go supply priority 2 while I deal with the rest of this army. In the meantime, let's begin shifting down all assets. This will work, I believe. I have 1 tank unit encircled, and I'll have so many German troops encircled. Okay. Send more assets down here. So I want assets down to this sector. So the German forces are moving up north now to try and break those infantry, that army out. Now, if they can break that army out, then we're going to struggle to close it again. But the Rains are on my side, because that means they're taking a combat penalty, whereas those guys will start to starve. This asset is going to go over to this sector to prop it up. And this asset's going to go over to this sector, just to make sure. Look at that, all that lack of German supply makes me a happy boy. Makes me a real happy boy. Okay, any more supply or troops that I can use in this sector? Nope. Oh yes, actually. And we have an infantry division to go down south. Because we have a wonderful opportunity here. In the meantime, can we do anything with this sector to push these guys back off? No, we can't. Yeah, I'm starting to shift my ass up something north because that's where the real battle is right now. What is that? Is that a HQ or not? It says it doesn't have any troops in it. So if I take this supply depot, then this entire rail line is gone. Yeah, if I take this, this entire rail line is gone with the current situation as it stands. Okay, in the center, positions are pretty strong still, but what I need to do now is I need to go check my reserves. See if I've got any units that I can pull out. Got a couple of 3.4s which I'm happy with. I've got a load of 3.3s, 3.4s. Lovely, lovely. Lovely stuff. What about any reserve mechanized? Any of those? No. Maybe I should build some mechanized if I get a chance. Alright, let's re-support our logistics lines. And then let's see what units we can build. Rifle divisions, tank brigades, airborne brigades, mountain divisions, anti-tank, engineers, construction, engineers, sappers, machine gun battalion. Nothing I really want. Apart from more rifle divisions, you never have too many rifle divisions. Oh yeah, we've already been through this. The rains are going to stop me doing anything. Okay, let's end our turn here. We'll do one more turn after this, depending on what I see down south, and then we'll go from there. Although he's looking very, very vulnerable, but because it's such a strategically important position in terms of rail depots, I can't afford to abandon it. The rains are still kicking in. This is really good for us because this means that the German suppliers will be struggling, and this means that they'll be struggling to try and break through them to get out their own troops. They've absolutely blapped some units out of existence here. I just hear the sound of German panzers. They still are putting out quite a hell of a fight, those German tanks. I see what that German is trying to do, trying to pinch that pocket of Valeri Luki, but I think I can hold it, then they'll just run out of supply. If I take this depot, they have this rail line here though. Oh no, this entire sector starves. It doesn't matter about this rail line. With this bad weather, it doesn't matter about this rail line. Okay, 46 tanks lost. Let's take a look at the losses. Manpower losses, 22,000 there, 47,000. Pretty standard, bearing in mind our army's pretty big. Not particularly interesting incidents. A threatened flank here, but that's being challenged. We'll have these guys well and truly contained soon. And in the north, Leningrad is once again being mostly abandoned. In the center, all these guys are starving as I expected because of the lack of rail. In the south, these guys will also begin to starve because of the lack of rail. Over here, sort of a mixed bag. And then in the main event, this sector, they've broken through and relieved this encirclement, but this encirclement is being slowly strangled as we speak. However, this is a very dangerous situation for them because they've decided to push into here, but they've only got the rail line connected to this sector. So if this rail line is lost, then these armies run the risk of, well, starving. Really badly starving. And I'm willing to take that risk. Still raining hard, there's not much I can do about it. Yep. Okay, let's take a look. Can I begin closing down his pocket? Not really, no. Nothing. What even is this unit? It's like an engineer's unit. In any case. Nothing, not a thing. No progress. In fact, this has actually fucked me. Good. That's a rail line that is well and truly cut off. So if I just keep pushing down this sector. What sort of troops are we dealing with here? Still pretty strong ones. Oh, Kiev's been abandoned. Not the smartest move, Mr. AI. Hmm. Hmm. Not really what I want to do. Yeah, I won't be able to touch you anytime soon, but that's alright because I don't need to. I think I'm just going to starve you out. Yeah, look at that. That rail line cut. They are completely out of eyes. They will have to withdraw. They will have to either close this or they will be forced to withdraw. There's no two ways about it. It's either that or complete and absolute just collapse. Here, that's going to plow troops down into this sector. And then they're going to have a choice. Save that small army and risk a complete and absolute encirclement. or withdraw. That's all that's their choice. They cannot save that army and stay intact now. That's alright, we've got that supply line, so we're still getting supplied, so that's fine. We're good. Unless that guy moves forward one, we're fine. That guy's still encircled, but nothing is being done about it. Looks like there's going to be a mass panic to move all the troops down south to salvage the southern front. Yeah, I won't be able to touch these guys in the rain. Three tank division, that's going south. How is everyone else doing here? Everyone pretty healthy? Yeah, no one's going to be pushing this in winter. Okay, any spare troops I've left over here? Yes. And any spare troops over here? I won't be able to touch any of this because of the bad weather. Yeah, there's going to be no progress here. I can do some maneuvering, but there'll be no real progress. Good. Good, good. This little encirclement's nothing really that big. It's the main effort is down south, so I'm pumping. I'm going to pump all assets to the south. It's going to take a while. So the good thing about Drazina is that everyone has crap combat penalties, but the Soviet Union, has more troops to maneuver. So they can just maneuver around the enemy and get these massive encirclements because the Germans just don't have enough men on the line. This time I'm going to send assets over here. With a loss of Kiev, they're going to lose that key rail line as well. Meaning that the Germans are going to need to recapture these main railroad depots before they can advance. So these guys may punch that armor back and punch this troops back, but it doesn't matter because I'm slowly closing with as many troops as I can fit that location. Lovely stuff. And then finally, but you have to be careful, see the range is slowly clearing, so probably in 2 more turns, maybe, the weather will turn against me. Now it's getting interesting. Now it's getting interesting. They've got to withdraw. The AI will have to withdraw. They can't stay there. Unless they're going to bring down a massive tank push and just slap me back. I can't see how they can maintain their positions. And the last Moscowman over here. They need to extract their motorized, which is going to be very difficult for to do in this mud. They need to extract their tanks, which are going to be very difficult because of the mud. They have just really fucked themselves. I don't see how they're going to come back from this, unless the rains stop like tomorrow or next turn. They are well and truly fucked. Yeah, I can't attack these in defensive positions. Okay. Build more units. Let's build more units. Let's give it to these guys so they can kill it out. And let's see how it goes. I'm going to go for smoke guys while it's lows, alright? So you tell me how it goes, boys, and I'll be back. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. He says. There we are. He thinks. Yeah, that's it. Wait for program to respond. Don't crash on me, game. He's moving a lot of troops. I think the Axis AI knows what's going on. Okay, losses 50,000, 141 tanks. So excess garrisons in West Europe. Let's take a look. Manpower losses getting higher again. Vehicle losses really low, really good. Aircraft losses low. Armaments production getting up there. Fuel resources required getting up there. Yeah, we are really starting to dominate. In the north, some attempts at a tank push, but isolated, unimpressive. Over here, attempts to maneuver, again, failed. Pushes in the centre, none to speak of. Some general pushes in the east, but again, stuff I can contain. And nice for vulnerable, oh, that's my rail line, sadly. Kiev has been taken. In the south, there is chaos. The tanks are there, but they've got to be withdrawing now, they can't stay here. They are moving off the tiles, they are beginning to try and withdraw. In the south, the Romanians are also still in strength, but they are fucked. And over here, some German units attempting a breakthrough, but very limited. In short, I think the encirclement is going to occur. I think we'll go to turn 20 or the end of turn 20 and then we'll call it here so I can play some other games, but it's looking very positive right now, that rain. So let's first start obviously on the southern front where the most fun is to be had. We're going to move this infantry unit over to capture this depot. This infantry unit's going to, or this cavalry unit's going to move up here. We're going to move up our units over here as well. Ouch, they did attack us here. I can tell by the damage to my units. freighter depot here. An unready unit here, that means we've had engagements. An unready unit here, that means engagements occurred here. Reassigned to the nearest army. Relocate. Reassign to the nearest army. Get off the train. Move this troop over here to reinforce this line, make sure they don't cut off our supply lines. Move this tank down. Move this infantry unit down. This unit's unready, so there has been combat in this sector. Again, the weather's too bad to actually do engagements here. Them trying to advance. That's what I'm thinking. Them trying to advance was so close. So close to a catastrophic encirclement of their entire centre wing. Like, just look, they can't supply their army. That's such a big army, they can't supply it all. They will have to withdraw, they will have to. It's just that simple. They cannot maintain, especially if I cut this rail line as well, they can't maintain that. Have I got any spare units elsewhere that I can use? Keep feeding this line in. Okay, let's take a look at the war going on in the north. Awkward this is. Indeed, rather awkward. Send some reserves up over here. They want a bit of maneuver warfare, they can have a bit of maneuver warfare. In the meantime, let's deal with this encircled unit. Oh, not because it's so strong. It's still very wet, that's probably why. So there's no real need to keep pushing here yet. So let's send any more infantry assets if we've got any. We do not. We do. We have one infantry asset. Let's send one infantry asset over here to make sure that this supply depot is protected. Let's see what damage we can inflict upon the enemy here. No damage to be inflicted there. Reserves. Good. Some encircled units, but still pretty up in the air. How about targets over here? So we took a look briefly at targets over here, but nothing really enough to break through these lines. Yes, too strong. Put this in reserve. The rains are still pretty bad. Yeah, the rains are still pretty bad. Just down south, things have slowly evened up. Let's take a look at our next pack of reserves. Can we bring any more troops out? .4, move to map. That's a very good motorized unit. Tanks, infantry. 2.6s, 2.7s, 3.1, move to map. Move them all to map. Everything else can wait. Alright, what about the rest of the theatre? So this is where the main fight is, but I just can't get any further. If I can perhaps link there, this entire line collapses. It is kaput, it's gone. I would like to send some more infantry reserves down to this sector. But we'll leave it how it is for now. I need to send more troops to this centre sector because they are pushing ever so slowly into this sector. Let's end our turn and see what happens. So as soon as the snows fall, that is when the Dracaena ends, and this is when the Germans can once again resume their attacks. So I want to close that encirclement before the snows fall. think I see victory in the horizon, lads. As soon as that southern pocket collapses, the German army will just be stunned. And it'll just be a case of wearing it down afterwards. You knew that may be an issue. Although my units are breaking apart now, but it's not the end of the world. I can give up land in the north. That's irrelevant to me. It's the south. The south. As long as I collapse that south, I win. The amount of troops that are down there, as this would be catastrophic for the German army. They can take a roll for all I care. Go ahead. Go nuts. Go ape. They are beginning to pull off. So that's what they've been doing with their tanks. I wouldn't move troops there if I were you. You haven't even closed that pocket yet. That's a dangerous place to have a pocket. Okay, the snows have landed. So this is where things get difficult. But this is also where things get rather difficult for the Germans as well. Now I've got more reinforcements. Axis finished defensive ends, land lease dollars, excess garrisons, and partisans. So let's do our air assets. And let's close this rotten pocket. Any reserves so I can fix that assault on my supply lines. Nice. Spare tanks, you know the drill. You got to keep moving. You got to keep moving to encircle what's left of these troops. Oh, worth it. Absolutely worth it. The entire Southern Army wiped out. Would do it again. Send the mechanized down now to maintain that supply line. And then let's look at the north. Well, first thing first, we need to see if we can close down any pockets that are still here. So gone. Let's send this division around. And waste all our fuel doing it. What about this line? Has this got potential? No, still pretty tough, but give it some turns in the snow, in the coldest winter. Start sending infantry down. Our next big challenge will be trying to keep them off that port. So I've really got to move down as many of my mechanized as possible to preserve that. Try and save the day now, boys. I believe you guys are fucked. And in the furthest northern reaches where my lines were really getting shattered, I believe was over here, we can start retreating them back. So we'll move these units back across here. That tank unit is unready, so it needs to fall back and refit. In fact, most of those troops need to refit full stop. These troops can move back a little bit to form a new defensive line. Who else got battered in this battle? I think most of the guys on refit got battered. Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on over here. We've got some units depleted. Got an attempted encirclement over here. In fact, it is a encirclement, a rather successful one at that. And further north, we've got these units which have been an absolute nightmare, which we can now move down to support. It's by no means secure yet, but with the winter coming, I feel better off, much better off. Okay, is it time for our counterattack now? Time for a counter-offensive, boys! Still a lot of weak units here, so I have to bear that in mind. Okay, so the big threat is this sector. And this sector. And then the big exploitation is this sector. So if we can just maintain this entire southern front collapses. Like, it's got an army there, but there's nothing here because this entire army in the south is just gone. It's gone. If I can just send more troops over there. Well, first things first, we've got to make sure the rest of the line does not collapse, so... Let's send some reinforcements over here. And finally, let's start doing engagements around Smolensk again. You're unready, you need to go back. Any troops here can be reused. No. Anyway, let's take a look at losses now. Still pretty even, Stevens. Just got to throw everything into preserving this. They will counterattack. They will try and break through, but I don't think they've got the means to do it without opening up this rail line. They may try a rather unpleasant breakthrough here to relieve the line and potentially open up another front, but I'm not too worried as yet. In fact, I'm willing to send more troops down over here to preserve that line. I'm also willing to move up the tanks now to preserve this as well. Good. The line holds for now. So what I need to do next is really start putting up pressure in the north, just to start forcing them to rethink any aggressive strategies. More tanks encircled, this bodes well for us, but it's about maintaining that encirclement. That's the problem I'm struggling with right now, is I can't maintain my encirclements. However, I have got the supply road back open, which is great. The next step I need to do, or next thing I need to worry about, is building more units. So first, allow AI to manage depots. And then I need to build more units or see if I've got more units in reserve. Got no valuable tank assets. Not particularly valuable infantry assets as well. There's a 3.2 over here somewhere. I forgot where it was. There it is. There's a 3.8 over here. There's another 3.2 somewhere. There's a 3.1. There's a 3.8 here. Good. That's enough, and then we can build more units. So what are we going to build? Rifle divisions, ski battalions, howitzer groups, anti-tank, engineer sappers. Let's build a couple of rifle divisions. Let's end our turn. Alright, last turn. We'll see. We'll call it the last turn here, okay? So we'll see what happens after this, and we'll call it the last turn. You can see this game has got suddenly very addictive again because we've suddenly seen a rather large encirclement action. The Germans cannot maintain that centre offensive. They've either got to redirect their assets to break out that encirclement, which I suspect they're going to do now. They've got to break out that encirclement. They can't keep attacking in the north or the south, north or the centre. They've got to break out that encirclement. If they don't do it, it's over. The entire southern front collapses. That's 1 week without supply. Oh dear. The Romanians must be very unhappy with Hitler right now. Why have you done this? At this time it was the Germans that left the flanks open. The Romanians are doing pretty well, but the Germans left the holes in the lines. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, it'll have to be the last turn, guys. Sorry, boys, but I know it's just heated up, but I can't keep playing after this. Busy boy. I think I can't zoom in. I wonder if I zoom in, will it crash? No, it won't. I feel like that is the responding German tanks. And we're never going to try and use her in circle divisions to break out. Feels like the Germans have got their second wind. Yeah, I'm gonna have to withdraw from there. If you can just zoom in a little bit, you can see if you squint, you can see that Valery Luki is being lost. There you go. Here comes the breakout. It feels like, yeah, they're going to try and link up with the with the south and try and go for the ports, which I'm not going to let them do. Okay, let's take a look at the damage, and then we'll move our troops, and then we'll call it here, because I could spend the next 20 turns trying to close that pocket, and I don't want to. Okay. So I've lost 73,000 men this turn and 300 tanks. Let's take a look at the manpower losses for Germany. Germany's lost 84,000 men and has gone back down to 24,000 since the last turn. It is Stalin speaks out. Addresses the Soviet Union for only the second time during his 3-decade rule. He states that even though 350,000 troops were killed in German attacks so far, the Germans have lost 4.5 million soldiers, and that Soviet victory is near, isn't it? I don't think that's the case. Okay, let's just let the air wings play, and then we'll take a look at what the situation is in the rest of the front. Okay, let's take a look. So in the north, the Germans have attempted to bring more assets to the north, and there's been some engagements down by its objective. In the south, we have lost a lot of troops here, but it looks like the Germans have relocated a lot of their assets. So if I just move my troops like so, it's not as bad as I thought it was actually. Although some units have been absolutely smashed. I still have a lot of troops that are badly damaged here. That's probably why we've got so many troops that are so badly damaged that my units are pretty beat up. I don't have really any good units to fix that problem. Equally, the longer this goes on for, the weaker my front gets. But this has got to stop. Alas, I can't make it stop. And Smolensk has got a pacing as well. Let's focus first on Leningrad, shall we? Let's maneuver the troops on Leningrad, and then we'll go from there. Because of the rains, I can't do anything. Let's build a depot here. And move these troops back. There's absolutely no need to be as aggressive as I'm being right now. refit this troop. These soldiers, this soldier can move back down over here. And this soldier can move back up over here as well. Actually, over here. And then we can stay firm. And that's that area sorted now. I no longer have to worry about that too much. Reassign. And these troops can maintain a defensive position over here. A lot of broken down infantry here, which is not good. And Smolensk is really in a bad spot as well. All these divisions are unready. They need to be refit, and they're just going to rout next turn. Okay, that's fine. Is it fine? Yeah, it's fine. It'll do. Our defensive line will do for now. Okay, that's good. And in the south, that's fine. So what was going on here? Yeah, the Romanians are attempting a breakout, which I cannot allow to occur. At the same time, has my rail lines been fixed yet? Can I actually repair my rail now? Do I have the units I need to repair rails? Should spawn in Moscow, so if I take a look. Nothing yet. It's a shame. It's a shame. Anyway. What were we doing over here? Oh, that's right. We were collapsing the last of his pocket. And moving down to this sector. This sector's got to be held. And then this can move over here. And I'm going to turn this to a level 4 import port. So what was happening? Yeah, they've sent a massive military force to try and break through this position now. And try and save their surrounded troops. Send everything down. Let's send the whole army down. I will not allow them to break through this sector. I refuse to do it. They can feed this force as much as they want. I will not let them break through here. The whole army is going to move around. Well, maybe one more turn, boys. Maybe one more turn. After all, we did earn it, so... Okay, that's good. Pocket remains open. Or pocket remains closed. We have supplies coming through. We have a HQ which we need to move forward. Actually, we have a lot of HQs we need to move forward, but really we'll sort it out once the lines have been thoroughly closed. Let's keep moving up north. Let's take a look what else we've got. So we can start making moves on the weaker parts of the front now. Or we can keep on moving to reinforce this sector. I'm going to keep on moving to reinforce. For now. Because there's absolutely no point on pushing this. When we need to be conserving our supply lines for the assaults down south. Okay, okay. This is still precarious, so we're going to send another batch of infantry over there. And then we're going to send some more infantry down south. To make sure that pocket stays open. Good, good. Anything else? Do we have any more troops? I got one motorized, which we can send down south as well. I'm probably going to send him to Kiev because my next plan will be trying to do an even wider encirclement at Kiev. Good. And finally, that last infantry unit, which we're going to move up north, just in case. So this, I think, will effectively win us the game. I mean, that entire loss of the southern front by the Germans, it's going to take them a very long time to recover from that, and it means that if they push in one place, I can push in another. Whereas before, it was still pretty pretty iffy. The only concern I have here is this sector, which is slowly starving because of the tanks. However, the tanks themselves are also starving, so fingers crossed these divisions will end up going the way of the Dodo themselves. But my big concern is that attempt at a breakout. Still, they're trying to break out in the wrong place. They try and break out through here, and because I've already opened up my supply lines again, or opened up the roads at the very least, it's going to take them far too long to break through and save their armies, which is great for me, bad for them. But hey ho, they should have thought of that before they decided to come down here. Just aren't all easy to stick army. I'm going to retreat this unit. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to retreat this unit back. There we are. We have a nice thick line now. Oh, I do love it when I see a collapse of a southern front. Look at that! Like, if we can just keep marching forward if we were so choose. I just don't want to yet, just in case they do send more assets. Now, I am starting to realise I'm sort of not getting my combat value back up for a lot of my troops, and so for now, I'm not going to add or build any more troops for a while, just to make sure we're not getting too bad. We're not over recruiting more infantry. Smolensk may fall soon because I've put a lot of my supply and assets down south, but I would rather lose Smolensk and lose that pocket because I can retake Smolensk. I can't retake that pocket. And if I collapse that entire Romanian army, that effectively means that the entire southern front is won and I can begin advancing at leisure and forcing the Germans to take retreating measures. One more turn, guys. One more turn. See, that's just why I don't play this game very often, because when things like that happen, you just get absorbed into the game because you're so desperate to get out of pocket, because you just know it's going to reduce the war by years. Like, the German army cannot afford to sustain that loss. It can't. Still, it's nice to see the AI at least attempt to break out with its with a large proportion of its troops. Although abandoning Kiev was perhaps not the best decision made by the AI. Still, it feels like the rain's a bit OP for the Soviets, because if you've got enough troops, then you can maneuver around, and because everyone's got crappy combat penalties, you can just like run around nearby tanks and they can't get to you and they can't attack you very well. So you can just like go for the supply hubs, and as long as you do it early enough, then they really can't do anything to stop you. I suppose that's why it's important to have troops on every tile, or at least have a strong force wherever you're going to be doing a main assault, which the AI did not do. They are beginning quite a strong attempt to break through here. They can't get those troops out. If they get those troops out, I'll be so upset. The Romanians are removing whatever reserves they've got left. I don't think it's going to help. I don't think it's going to help, bro. They're so close to breakout. To be expected. There was that Panzer group in the north has done rather well, which has been rather problematic for me for quite a while. But they can't keep up forever. They can take over. If the Southern Front are gone, it doesn't matter how far they advance. Let's see, will this be the turn that closes the pocket? I mean, I could just try and expand the pocket, or just expand and advance more to stop them retreating back even further. But at this stage, they must be really struggling on supply. Like, this is not the right weather to be encircled. Okay, let's take a look. 36,000 casualties. And if we take a look at the Soviet Union, or the Axis, they are almost neck and neck, and sometimes even higher in terms of casualties. Armored vehicle losses, not that high, but hey ho. And it is the very cold winter, which will effectively devastate the German army. So they are not in the best time. They're not having the best time in the slightest. And let's finally see, will this pocket close? So once again, we'll do north and all that jazz, and then we'll work on collapsing the final pockets. Okay, let's take a look at the north. Pretty good supply all around for everyone, really, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Now, I reckon I might just go a turn. Not engaging anything here. Because a lot of my troops are just not ready, so they need to refit. We look at a table of equipment. Well, they got a good table of equipment, so I don't really understand why they're so bad. Is it because they haven't got enough manpower? No idea. Maybe they don't have any attachments, but anyway. It's not the end of the world. Everyone's got a pretty good table of equipment, you see. So I don't really understand why they're really rather bad. In any case, we'll go reserve with these guys. Go reserve with these guys. And make sure all our armies are sort of prepared. Yeah, we'll go one turn in the north without action, just to buy these guys some time to refit and restock and just generally not panic. And then the rest of the troops will begin moving elsewhere. Oh, finally I can collapse this rogue tank unit. Make sure that 20th army have got, or at least this army has got some construction cores. Do nothing. I just cannot collapse this guy. Come on. We do run a bit of a threat of them trying to advance across here, but I'm not too worried at this stage with that complete southern collapse. Over here, it's a pretty quiet front. I suspect that's because they've suffered from immense casualties trying to break through in the south. Although a lot of my units are still pretty weak in this sector. And this unit is now unready, so it needs to withdraw and be refit. And this unit can now move forward, I believe. Normally it only takes one turn to send these guys back, and then they're pretty good, so... It's what happens when all your tanks are all the way down south. This can go a turn without combat. This whole sector can go a turn without combat. There's no need to throw the troops away just yet on that sector. And this front is still a fat front, which I can't touch, because that, for some reason, is amazing and cannot be destroyed. It appears like this bulge has gone and these troops are now set up defensive positions. Which I'm more than happy for them to do. However, what we're really here for, the only thing that really matters, is the collapse of the southern front. I don't care about the casualties. I just do not care about the casualties. Move all the purple south. Move all the reds east. And put down a supply depot here. Nice. HQs. Yeah, keep moving these guys south. A lot of units without fuel. That's fine. Let's see about you guys now, Shane. Yeah, all the purple's going to move down south. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with units all over the place. Who do you belong to? The Coastal Army. You can move over here now. And then this can become a level 3 priority port. I could still potentially break through here, but I doubt it. I really do doubt it. Undo that. Don't want to do that. That needs to go to reserve then. So we do have a vulnerable position here. Okay. And then this line can now move forward as well. So the rest of those troops can start pushing far, far, far east. Now, you may be wondering, why aren't I continuing to push? Well, the reason for that is because of the winter and the fact my rail lines are not repaired. So you can see my rail lines will not be tip-top shape right now, meaning that it's going to be very difficult for me to keep on advancing until the rail lines are restored. In any case, we're doing well. Do I have any more reserves for me? Any more troops being spawned? That's one. And that can go down to assist in the defense of this objective here. Better than nothing. Better than nothing. Alright, a few more turns while we keep on closing that pocket. Just a few more turns, and then we'll and then we'll be done. I swear, would I lie to you? My army's a bit chaotic right now, but hey ho, it'll do the job. Good. Right, I'm going to go for smoke again, boys, while this loads up, and I will leave you to it. So I'll be right back. So what are these boys up to? Okay, a continued strong offensive on a row. That's fine. This widens their lines now. It's too dangerous. See, they're withdrawing now. They can't maintain that offensive. They've got tanks scattered along the line, trying to act as the reserve defense, but with Smolensk still intact, they can't do anything. They're advancing in winter with bad rail lines. Although they are slowly taking Smolensk. How many weeks has it been? It's been a month since that encirclement. It's been like 2 months. Limited offensives, I don't care. If that pocket's closed, I really do not care what happens next. However, I will have to put down more depots soon because I can't put any more depots because I'm advancing too far forward in my lines now. Is this the turn? Is this the turn where the pocket finally collapses? I hope so. It needs to collapse now because you can see that the concentration of German forces are beginning to hopefully try and break through, and my supply lines are going to start dwindling with the winter. Okay, 49,000 losses, 400 tanks. Iran is secure. Meaning that I'll start getting reserves over here soon. If I take a look at the manpower losses, Germany has lost 112,000 men. That should not be happening. So really, that is amazing in terms of what we've done, what we've been able to achieve. And we've really secured that pocket now. They're going to have to break through 2 lines of defense, which they are just not going to be capable of doing in winter. So I'm going to set up a new depot in the center. So if I put a new depot here, and then continue the collapse of this defensive line. A lot of my units are now on ready, sadly. Out of pocket, this will not go, will it? Which is really rather frustrating. I can move assets down from this sector now. SHQ can move down here. And this can be reassigned to somewhere a bit closer. And these tank units can also move south. These troops. You can move over here to go in reserve. Good. And then finally, let's take a look elsewhere. Unready unit, that needs to be refit and withdrawn. This army or this unit can now move forward. This guy can move forward. And this unready unit can go back in reserve as well. And then it's up north I've got to worry about. Bring this unit back. And then I believe this can go into reserve. Actually not. This can go in reserve. Good. We have somewhat of a defensive line. Somewhat of a defensive line. Hopefully we can crush this tank now. Finally, now I can sort. Now I can move to sort out the encroaching. troops to our north. Good. And how's things over here? Are we still pretty healthy over here? Apart from these troops, which are all unready. So it might be time to move these troops back off. There we are. How's these guys? These guys are all slapped up once more. So I'm going to put these guys in reserve. And we're good. I'm not really going to do much microing this turn because I'm quite happy with what I've got right now. Okay, I'm quite happy with what I've got right now. Let's check our theatres first, shall we? Well, first take a look at Manforce power losses once more. Yeah, pretty healthy. And then let's go over and check our troops in the Soviet Reserve, see if we've got any more troops we can assign. Nope. Nope. Not really, no. So yeah, we're going to take it slow. Still no rail units. What the hell? Why did no one tell me I had all these troops? Oh, I know where that's immediately going. To the centre. To the centre we go. That's going to take ages though. Oh, it's going to take ages. It is going to take ages. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all those men to where I need to go, and then we'll call it a day. Because as much as I would like to crush this encirclement in this one video, it will just take too long. It'll just take too long because I'm going to move all these units, and that's going to take like 5 minutes. And no one got time for that. But that is going to save us a lot of trouble now moving troops around. And it's probably going to fix our southern breakthrough issues as well, which is great because I can start seeing rather good quality German troops begin to break through Smolensk and break through in the north as well, which is proving problematic. I'll move them all to Orel, and from there, by next turn, I should be able to bring them up. And worst case scenario, I can just put them at Kursk, and then we'll be good to go. There's a lot of Siberian troops coming in. So my strategic thinking right now is once we've closed the southern pocket, we begin trying to make sort of limited biting pushes in the north and try and make any sort of advances in the south where possible. In the centre, we'll aim to hopefully lure them in with further pushes, and if they do attempt to break through, we attempt a encircling action. As it stands, they're pushing a rather large force there, but again, it's not supplied by rail because they have not been able to take the relevant objectives. Have not been able to take Smolensk yet. Now, if they take Smolensk, that will potentially open up a rather large nearby supply depot for them. However, the amount of casualties they're throwing at trying to take Smolensk and the need, in my opinion, to close the southern pocket before we even consider moving assets elsewhere means that it's not in my interest right now to really dedicate too many reserves or too many forces in protecting Smolensk. It was initially to slow down their offensives, but now that winter has set in, it is more my interest to begin focusing more on the northern front, well, on the southern front. With the entire southern armies wiped out, it should be pretty easy. And that's by extension of threatening Romania. I suspect I will force the Germans to reassess their strategic thinking. It is going to take a long time, but these reserves are going to guarantee the final victory. I've got to make sure to bring that HQ down with me as well. Almost there, boys. Final push. It's still a massive marathon this time of turns, which is rather rewarding, really. So this will keep you your fill for a while of Gary Grigsby while I focus on other things. Oh, I play other games. Alright, so remind me next time I play this that I've got a large force here. Otherwise, we're going to be rather embarrassed when I return to play this. and I forget I've got such a large army. So I could use this army to bolster Smolensk. I could use it to further persecute the war in the south, or I can use it to shore up the center defenses, which are growing a bit weak as the Germans continue to force more and more troops into advancing in the center. So that's a lot of high combat value units, which is really good. So it means that I could use these units for a rather healthy encircling action. So it could be an idea to put troops in the north by Smolensk and put them in the south of that bulge and try another mega encirclement. I suspect this is where all my reserves have been going, but you can see the mechanized division's 13. So you can see that my units have been getting progressively weaker as the war goes on. That's because I've never really spent a lot of time refitting them. I refit them till they were combat ready and I put them back on the front line. This was really just to delay the Germans so they'd have to waste a deliberate attack on that weak unit, and hopefully the reserves would be enough to slow their attack. And for the most part it has. Effectively every single time they've attacked they have been able to push off some units, but for the most part they have not really been able to achieve many breakthroughs, which has been great for us. So this will mostly go in the center now, really around the Pripyat marshes, because there's still a lot of high combat value units near them. You can see that some of those army units were very powerful, and that means that I'm going to need quality other than quantity. Still, this saved me a lot of heartache. I was going to have to give up ground to these guys, but now with the current wave of reinforcements coming, I don't think I'll have to give up ground whatsoever. I'm going to see how I've got any spare HQs, because they're going to take up a lot of HQ room. Still, I was quite impressed by the AI's ability to break out most of the encirclements. I think what really undid the AI was the AI logic in the double encirclement, because of course they had those two, the big encirclement and the small encirclement, and they were more concerned about breaking out the small encirclement than withdrawing their troops to break out of the large encirclement. Alternatively, they must have assumed that their combat value on their tanks would be enough to break through the lines, but unfortunately it wasn't. This should be the last of them. Then we'll end the turn, see what the turn brings, and then go from there. But a lot of the German tanks have been wiped out now. The big pushers of the German army have now collapsed, and they either have to start sending people out of their theatres into the Eastern Front, potentially ending the war quicker on the Western Front, and potentially seeing a second front open rather quickly, or they just have to fight with less troops. Now, if we take a look at the manpower losses, of course you can see it's going up, but in terms of the manpower pool, theirs is still really sort of lying low as mine keeps getting higher and higher. As I get more and more troops from the east, as you can probably tell, there's a large portion of eastern troops coming in. For the most part, I still really don't want to fight in these theatres just yet, because I want to make sure the pocket's closed. So I'm going to go to auto depots. So this Kiev area is dangerous because you see a concentration of troops here and here. So I'll be sending an army down to secure this asset. And then once I've secured the army down here and sent several armies here to secure this asset, we can begin to think about potential encirclements in this sector. Because we see here, that's their rail line. If we can cut this rail line off, then this entire theatre potentially suffers from the same fate the rest of the army suffers from in the south. Yo, I swear this time will be the last time. Well, let's see what the AI does, and then go from there. But that was a big pocket to close, especially in winter when movement is limited and supplies are limited. And so I'm quite glad that we were able to close up or sustain that the encirclement for as long as it did. I was also quite impressed by the Romanians' attempt to withdraw. It was a clever way to try and withdraw back to the port. It was just unfortunate that they were trying to withdraw in bad weather, which made it very difficult for them to do anything. Now, in a perfect world, I would like to hold on to Smolensk just because it's got a nice rail line, and because of that rail line, I'm going to get a nice, healthy bit of supply, meaning that future offensives will be a lot easier. However, if it cannot be so, then I'll have to accept the situation and just start forming up a second defensive line east and north of Smolensk. In any case, the German army still seems pretty hefty, even though it's lost most of its troops in the south. It's just I feel like it hasn't moved around its troops yet. It's still doing its limited offensives elsewhere, where it thinks it will have the most success. And to be honest, it has been rather clever in where it has done its offensives. Like in the center, where my lines are weak, it has attacked there on force. The only thing I would say is that it's often attacked there with limited supply, meaning that for the most part, it has really struggled to maintain offensives and allowed for an easy counterattack. Really, the failure was during the Rains, the Druzina, because that meant that it evened the playing field in terms of our combat values. And so all I had to do was play a bit of maneuver warfare, and that maneuver warfare effectively meant that the Germans could not really kick my units out, and they could not really withdraw very quickly. And is that the end of that? I think so. Okay. I'm also saying that the German turns have gotten shorter, I suspect, because they're realizing because of the bad winter that supplies are going to be limited. Also, the fact that they've got to do something about their collapsing southern front. So the reason why those tanks are getting pushed is because of the lack of supply in this region. The reason I've got a lack of supply is because I don't have any rail repair units on hand to repair. Those tanks can go back to the depot now and resupply, so it's not the end of the world. Like, the pocket's been closed, so I'm not too upset. I'm going to have to send troops to Smolensk. I'm going to have to send some of those reinforcements to Smolensk now, as you can probably tell. Looks like the tanks have come back with with a vengeance, sadly, in the north. Wow, that is a strong offensive they're trying in the north. I'm going to go with a general offensive next turn. Look at that. Look at that. That's a big bulge there. Big bulge of German troops that's coming in. $58,000 casualties. Let's take a look at the German casualties, shall we? 158,000. Now that is pod racing. Yeah, Soviets release reserves, meaning that now I should have plenty of manpower and plenty of troops to just keep throwing troops out. So let's do a strategic recap to end the stream. So in the north, once again, the Germans have once pushed up. So we've just been doing some pushing and pulling in the north. That's general minor offensives. But it looks like the Germans are once again at it with another large-scale infantry force to try and take Leningrad. At this stage, though, because their troops are so spread out, I could potentially start doing limited offensives in this sector. And also with my reserves built up here, I can start doing limited offensives in this sector as well. This means that I can begin slowly starting to tease the troops. Now in the south, you can see an encirclement has occurred at Smolensk, but I can get these men out pretty easily. And we are very close now to seeing a collapse Smolensk, which is not good. That's why I'm going to be sending the next pack of reserves over to Smolensk to maintain that front line. Because I cannot really afford to lose Smolensk now because we've come so far defending it. I'd rather we held it to the last rather than not. So for the most part, this will be another strong battle. In the centre, the German main thrust is occurring. They initially did do a rather strong breakthrough and they are continuing to advance. I've already sent some infantry reserves, and for the most part I will be sending about 3 stacks of reserves to this sector. So a stack here, a stack to the north and a stack to the south. Now any tank stacks or mechanized stacks I'm going to move to the south and to the north in an attempted encirclement of this pocket. Equally, I will be sending a stack over here to maintain this defense of Smolensk if possible. That's if it is, of course, if it's possible. Unfortunately, you can start seeing that a lot of my troops are just not good anymore. Their table of equipment is too low, and they're beginning to struggle in terms of being able to keep on being fielded, which is a problem because of the constant fighting in the battles. In the centre, I'll start doing general offensives in the centre as well to relieve pressure and begin trying to threaten this area as well. In the south at Kiev, we're seeing another concentrated infantry build-up, so another stack of infantry will be moving here to reinforce this sector to prevent any sort of German attacks here. Over in this sector, it's still a quiet front. We're starting to see a growing concentration of German infantry being moved down to hold this line, which is going to prove a problem for us. However, we have pretty much closed the pocket now, and this should be pretty much the collapse of the German forces in the south. I can start moving my troops up and concentrating them, and as you can see, it's a very strong and healthy front line, meaning that, well, in all intents and purposes, I can start doing some very hard offensives in the south, which is wonderful. Altogether, a very good campaign, a very good twist with that encirclement, and so far I've very much enjoyed it. I'd like to change in a transition, and I'm going to enjoy the transition to more offensive warfare. So for the most part, I can have a stack of infantry moved to the north to defend Smolensk, a stack of infantry moved to defend the centre, a stack of infantry moved to the south, and then another stack of infantry moved down here, and another stack of infantry moved down here. And that should be enough, and we can begin finishing off the German troops. Now if we take a look at the German armoured vehicle losses, pretty high. 345 is high for the German army, and 126 is also pretty high. So these, you can see the spikes from the encirclements, but really it's this is devastating for the German army. It's just not big enough to maintain that amount of losses. If we look at total men, they've got 6 million, they've gone down, and they're going to keep on dropping. Total guns, dropping. Total armor vehicles, getting lower. And total aircraft, ours are starting to rise. So really the tables are beginning to turn now. For the most part, a good campaign. I'm enjoying it. However, there will be a long pause for a while people have time to watch the advances. Bit of a pity in the north. I had hoped for more combat, but as you can tell, the north is no longer really equipped to engage in any sort of action. Because a lot of the supplies and equipment is now going down. It went rapidly down south to reinforce this line. So this is why, of course, you should have 1.9 troops, but of course you don't, because we haven't reached our max table of equipment, which is unfortunate. Yeah, a lot of our troops are getting very weak very quickly, which is not very good. So if we just go to our commander's report, make sure everyone has got if we go to army, make sure every army has a supply of 5, and every high command, every front has a supply of 9, which we have. So that should be fine. Anyway, the war goes on. I suspect the tables will turn now unless they do something really nasty, which is unlikely. We will be able to quickly start collapsing them down over the next couple of turns. It's just, I don't want to lose Smolensk. It's more just that the time it will take to retake it is going to be a bit of a nightmare for me. So it's better to hold it now rather than lose it now and have to work out what to do next. Still, what I'm going to do now is I will add more forts to this location. Add any surviving infantry troops and move them down to reinforce, and I'll withdraw these troops back. So we'll build forts here because forts will give us an automatic +5, and we will attempt, and I mean attempt, to hold this position because, as you can tell, most of my infantry and most of my squads now are pretty boned in most sectors, with the exceptions being some of the sectors up north. In any case, it's been a good session, and we'll save the game now. We'll save it under and we will call that a video. So thank you all for watching, boys and girls. Hope you enjoyed, and I will see you all later. Adieu.